Alright, I'm gonna try my voice first before I screw with the audio some more. Clearly something's lower than it should be. I can't hear the music at all, which is a little upsetting, but let's see where this goes. Mic should work fine. Just give me like 6 years here to catch up. Feels really low. Okay, so my mic is low. Okay. It sounds good, at least, in the sense after I turn it up enough I can hear it. So that's good there-ish. Let's see. Device properties. 88's where I always leave it. If I go higher than 88, it'll screw me up. Okay. Yeah, that's a little better. That's a little better. Not astronomically better, but it's better. It's interesting. The mic is lower on this PC than on my other one, which I find a little weird. Maybe a Windows thing. Let me try 95. See if anything gets picked up there. No guarantees, but I can kind of hear the music. Music should be better now. That's better. That's better. That's the best I can do. Okay. Alright, I think everything should be lined up good here. Okay. Let me do a little testy poo on the game here before we actually get into everything. Make sure this runs smooth. Little Acolyte. Yeah, I need to... Okay. My game sound is a little too loud, I can hear it. Let's cut those sound effects by half. Hopefully this doesn't... it's just... Okay, I don't have to worry about the Acolyte that it actually is. This should be fixed now, though. Oh yeah, that's much better. Why is that Plasmor so damn loud? This damn thundering of the ages. My god. What in the actual hell? Alright, we'll go to half. It's a shotgun? I don't care what it is. Alright, hopefully this will work better. We good? Almost setting it down. I feel like the music is kind of like just interfering with the situation right now. I don't know. It just feels like there's a do you hear like a conflict of sounds there, kind of just meshing together into a shitstorm? No? No, it's just me. Cool. I'll go with it. Alright. Well, that's working. That's awesome. I'm happy about that. I'm gonna go ahead and get a few balls on me before we get this started, because my head is killing me after all this thinking and everything. Just setting up this Elgato was actually worse than I thought it would have been, only because it's such an old Elgato. You actually have to dig into the website to find everything needed, so yeah. At least at a lot of time before I figure that out. An immense amount of time. An immense amount of time. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a dab in me real quick, and then we're gonna get this going. I'm just glad I got it working finally. Just had to go back to the olds. You know what? Actually, screw it. I'm just gonna go ahead and get into it. Let's get into it. That was a muscle spasm at its finest. It's okay though, we didn't die. All that matters. This day I'm called. It's the best time of year to run endurance because it's nice and cold outside. DE has the game in the best spot possible, but it's the worst time because of carpal tunnel and Raynaud's. It's okay though. It's okay. That works. That works. At least now we don't have to deal with an Acolyte for like another 3 minutes. So, but, can't complain there. 3, 4 minutes, something like that. Actually, I am gonna go take a dab here. Me messing up like that already, I think that's a pretty good indicator. The baker needs to clear his head just a little bit there. Have everything ready though, so it shouldn't be too long. And after that, we get back into going into this craziness, because I'm really happy that I got this work. I was hoping I could use just like teleport / NDI, but that's just sadly enough something that's not going to be possible. I don't know if it's an issue with like the computer in the way of how old my host PC is, or if it's maybe a network card problem, because I am doing it over wireless. But at the end of the day, I've done that before in the past and it's worked fine in this exact apartment with this same internet and everything. So I don't know exactly what. The only thing I could guess is just the PC is getting old, which would make sense to me. I also have swapped the PC around so we don't have cooling issues. I actually have the side panel off and I have a fan blowing all the hot air out of the PC so we won't hit 150 degrees again, which, you know, having a 150 degree host PC with just the stream running would be very nice. I think I don't know what we're running at right now. I don't have my metrics up for some reason. 105 for the CPU and GPU is 87, and that is of course in Fahrenheit. So that is looking damn good. Damn good. Just 30, where's that? It was just at 38, now it's 44 Celsius. So between 38 and 44 Celsius apparently is what it's running for the CPU, and 30 Celsius for the GPU. Can't really complain at that. Those are pretty good numbers. I did good. I did good. Figured it out. I'm happy. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and be right back here and thinking the bobber thingy. Be like a minute or be like a few minutes. 5 minutes. This is all looking good for once. I'm damn happy about that. Okay, I am feeling immensely better. Oh, wrong one. There we go. New meds. Stuff has been working actually really, really well. So, can't complain. Can't complain. That's an Acolyte already. It just loaded back in the game. Oh, same guy. It's the first time. Okay. Round 2 on you. There we go. Came back around. Quick reload here. The one thing I will say that I hate is that I wasn't able to keep my... what's it called? My night mode, night light thingy or whatever on Windows settings. Where it oranges everything a bit more, because like it transferred into there too, which it didn't do that before. So you win some, you lose some at the end of the day. Shouldn't bother my eyes too much, but we'll see. We will see. I do have the brightness turned down, so that should help mitigate some of it. It just helps my eyes a lot more, I've noticed. And if anybody was wondering, for the entire time before all of, like, where we're at right now, I did record, or take, what's it called, using the NVIDIA capture stuff. I took 5-minute clips of every hour, every time I went down, and the one res that I've done. So, I do have all that kind of categorized and all that, which I will be uploading at another time and date. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to share this stream out over on my other channel. Whoopsie. I should take the moment to do that. And down in the description below is my other channel. I do upload all my build videos over to this channel. This channel, predominantly Baker TV, is just made for highlights if I don't stream, and if I am streaming, well, obviously just streaming. But all the build videos and such like that, the final result of the science, if you will, that will all be over on the Baker Science. Let's see here. I know there's great post. Let me delete that other post. Okay. Everything.
Are you ready?
Okay, and the video URL. Okay, that did not work appropriately. Try opening this over here. There we go. There's the correct URL. The URL from the actual stream page itself, not the my actual what is that called? Dashboard. There's the word. The dashboard itself. The share link there has like a little end at the end of, or a little weird URL at the end of it for like sharing it, and it does not want to agree with post. It's kind of annoying. Anyways, that is done. Alright, let's get to it. I'm just getting my chat in pop-up mode so that I can keep a better eye on things. Should be okay. 2 ended. Yeah, it did. Hey, thanks, Vault. That's why I love the Ignis. Look at that, CC. Plus any star? Just perfect. Any star Vault. Just a great CC combo. Let's try to slide over here to roll. There we go. It's impossible. It's kind of possible for me to tell, but it isn't possible at the same time if I have the whole bubble on me from Malice. It's really annoying. Because I have the permanent ephemera, and as I get more permanent ephemeras, they actually do stack on each other and they get more and more vibrant. So I can't even use the old indicator that I used to use, which was it becoming more vibrant. Now I have to like pay attention for even more subtle notes of vibrancy to know, which is just not worth it. So. When I got so lucky with this room, I literally I didn't even have to do a restart to get this. It's perfect. And it's pretty close to the entrance too. As you can see, going through the L on the mini-map there. As you go into the longer section all the way at the there, that's the starting room. So I didn't even have to really go far. Really, really nice. They have good spawns out there too. I'm not the biggest fan of the stairs, but they haven't been getting stuck on the stairs over there at all. right after this loot real quick. Where are we at here? There we go. This way I can see the stream health. You know, that would probably help. It would be nice to know if anything is going wrong there. I mean, I do have OBS stats, but I like to also have YouTube's stats up as well, so that I can actually be able to fully know what's going on there, or have a better idea, possibly. Possibly, of course. I really wish I didn't lose rotational rewards after 256. Yeah, I really do. It's okay though. The real end of the world. GeForce game driver available for update. Don't you even start with me. Okay, we're getting the run done. Don't even. Oh wow, I lost my. Oh, I'm glad I'm streaming it because I have apparently lost my ability to use the video capture thing. So, because there's an update, which typically requires a restart. I also like to do a clean install, so I uninstall all the old drivers just in case there's any left over that doesn't get removed. Shouldn't be there. That happened. I'm really, really glad I'm streaming it. World is like, this is what you gonna do. Alright, that's okay. I just have to try to remember the last hour of gameplay. I can do the last 20 minutes. Last 20 minutes of gameplay to do a recording on the actual PC itself so that I can have B-roll footage. And some B-roll footage for the build video itself. I usually like to use the last 20 minutes. I know with some of my older build videos I haven't done that, and I honestly couldn't even tell you why. You can notice with my Saren video I only used the beginning of it, but then I had clips down in the bottom. I don't know why I did that back. I usually like to use the end stuff. He seems to be staying alive while back there. Let me check his overguard. He doesn't have at all, unfortunately. If you're wondering why I always go for a lineup like this, the recoil. I don't want anything getting hit outside of that. Like, I want as little as getting hit as possible when it comes to the bounce off of that. I don't need the radiation out there. That can cause mobs to kind of just stick. Because they did buff radiation pretty fiercely, in all honesty. Radiation damage isn't buffed, it's the effect itself. The mobs attack like being willing to attack each other is significantly higher from when I used to use radiation, like way back in the day. We're talking well before even the status rework. I also noticed the same thing about Necros's his 4. They really draw a lot of aggro. They used to not do that. They used to not do that. It was a very minimal amount of aggro. You would still get killed a lot. It's a nice change to see, though. There are still a few things they need to do with his 4, though, to make it in a really good spot. Like, I think melee units, or units in general, have a tendency, especially melee, to run way too damn far. Way too far. Like, I've had one of his 4, like, one of his reincarnations with his 4 before run a melee one, run like 3 rooms over. I didn't even know that was possible. I know you can just resummon them if they get far enough away with his 4, but I think that's a really annoying thing to have to do just for a resummon. I'd rather use his 4 to be able to keep their health pool higher. And what I mean health pool higher is give them a heal, because if you recast the 4, it's more or less what it does is heal them. I really don't want to loot what that electric guy. Oh no, that's not an electric guy. I'm just blind. It was an arcane guy. I get worried about the electric guys. They scare me. It's gonna scare me. Those electric balls hit really hard. Those things are terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It is one of my biggest fears in this entire run is that electric ball. You see that? I'm like, okay. And that stuff is just, yeah. It's caused a lot of my downs. A lot of my downs. So I've had to learn to really pay attention to what's going on to be able to see if I see an electric guy there. And I always try to at least make sure I get his overshield down before I go in there so that I can get some type of CC on him through my weapons. On occasion, too, you do get Toxin Ancients, which are just absolutely terrifying as well, but I don't notice them too frequently. So I think it's probably because I'm running Annie and not Mott, and the only time they're spawning in is with the, what are they called? With the Fisher spawns. I forgot to reload. May take a third cast. I don't think it will. No. Let me just reload right now before I forget. There we go. I don't know why I don't have the mod on to reload while holstered, to be honest with you. I have no clue. Ask. I actually thought I did have it on. I might have opted in for... Well, what did I opt in for? Fire rate? I think. I don't know. I'll see when I get to the build itself and make the video. And I'll just make that recommendation. Oh, quit hitting me with all your shooty gun things. Sometimes I don't pay attention. I run into the bubble, and there's projectiles already in it, so that'll happen. I need to... a second here. Yeah, pretzel rounds up front. But in its own window. Otherwise it has a tendency to kind of just stop playing. I don't know why, it's weird. There. Okay. It's weird though. It's weird. Just want to make sure I can keep an eye on it just in case it wants to just randomly stop like it did, I don't forget what stream that was even. When I hit 2,700 minutes, I'm gonna get up real quick and go get myself a drink. I don't have any caffeine right now. It's gonna be mandatory today. Had some bad days the past some days, so feeling better today after getting this figured out. Gotta punch into these hours here. Gotta get myself all sorts of unhealthy with it. Ugh. All sorts of unhealthy. What's up, Walter? How's it going, man? It's going well. Finally figured out the whole streaming setup and everything, so I'm actually really ecstatic about that. This is PTSD ecstaticness that you're hearing, but I am actually really happy about it. I thought I was doomed to not be able to stream again until I got a new host PC, but what ended up being the problem, I don't know exactly what the problem was for what was causing it, but the problem was that I was using the OBS teleport, and I also tried NDI, the, what is it called, where it can send a signal over your internet, and apparently that was causing a lot of the issues, so... including making it so I couldn't stream in 1080p. It's not even like a bandwidth issue because I have 25 megabyte upload, so it was more than enough space for it. More than enough. I don't have low latency on, so there is going to be a delay between my response and you saying something. So you're getting a PC as well? Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I usually have a gaming PC and a host PC. My host PC was the problem. And then I figured out the heating problems on it because it's an ancient-ass PC. And it just does not run Windows too well anymore. That's for sure. But yeah, I was I was getting like, I don't know what it is in Celsius. I'd have to do the conversion if you are someone that uses it, but I was getting like 150 degrees Fahrenheit. It was insane. For my CPU at least. I just ended up taking the side case off and I stuck a fan right beside it. I just have blowing the hot air out and it's working fine. Things sitting... It ranges between like 90 and 110, so... Can't complain about that. I built this thing 5 years ago for $500, so I didn't really expect much from it. You're getting one for 4K? Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, my gaming PC isn't too great. It's a 2060 with a i7-10400. I don't bother with overclocking or anything, so I'm not going to worry about the letter. I forget what the letter is, to be honest, but I don't think this is an unlocked one. It works well enough. Works well enough. That's what my gaming PC has, and then my host PC is a Ryzen 3 2200G Vega for the CPU, and 1050 Ti for the GPU. Going way back in time. Are you building your own PC, or are you buying it pre-built? No 4K here, just 1080p. I like stability more than visuals, so that's the difference there. I would be playing on an 80p regardless. $4090 with an i9. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. It's very niche situations. Very nice though. Very nice. That'll run like a monster. You got a good 7-8 years out of that before it becomes like mandatory to replace anything. It was really nice. So you got plenty of time to just sit there and save up money for when you're gonna have to upgrade things. Oh, you're spending 4K on it. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I would hope it comes with an i9 and a 4090 though. From a seller you trust? Oh, okay, so they build their own PCs. I used to do that. I used to do that way back in the day. Like, what I mean, like way back in the day, I guess we're talking like 14 years ago is when I used to build and sell PCs. It's always nice to do though. If you can find a nice underground retailer, they're not gonna charge. They're not really gonna upcharge you typically that much. As long as they have access to a wholesale license, you're really gonna get good deals then. It's a smart thing to do. I think my gaming PC was only like $1,200. I did buy it pre-built though, and this was right when we got our first stimulus checks here in the U.S. That stimulus check pretty much went right to getting this PC funded. So I knew I didn't have to worry about anything for like 6 or 7 years because I saw how bad stocks were, or like inventory was getting. I would have built my own PC, but it actually would have ran me about $700 extra to build the PC than getting it pre-built, which was insane. Absolutely insane. It wasn't gonna happen there. $5,500 before taxes, yeah, definitely. I could definitely see that. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna guess that you got liquid cooling with it too. And you have a liquid cooled GPU? I believe they made blocks for the 4090 already. I'm not 100% though. I haven't really done research on that, but I believe they made cooling blocks for that. I would have to assume so, because I know that thing runs fairly hot. Very nice. Having a water-cooled GPU and CPU are just so nice. They really are. Like the only way you can get comparable to that is unfortunately Noctua. Most Noctua fans just look so bad. I don't understand why. I don't know why they do that. Like, y'all make the best fans on the market, in my opinion at least, and it's a pretty broad opinion on that too, I would say, with other people. But they make the worst coloring ever made. It's so annoying if you want stuff to look nice. It's so annoying. Gotta have like a leather theme or something, like I don't even understand it. It just looks so bad in any case. There's, oh, such great fans. It's about the only option that you have if you're not going to go with liquid cooling and you're going to be running that thing hard. It's good that you got water cooling on that, because a lot of the new games nowadays, they run those damn GPUs hard. So hard. Oh man, I forgot to update that command. Or not command, but that, is going way back here. Just check out the new build video. This is my 12 hours solo, Gyri? I don't know. Something. The frame that got nerfed out of being fun. That frame was so much fun when it got released. Oh, nice. Very nice. Very nice. You're definitely gonna... If you're making your own music, man, that stuff is stupidly demanding. I do video editing, so I can remotely get on that type of level there. That's extremely important. I would say then you have something to last you about 3 to 4, maybe 5 years using it in that field. Which is still a long time, to be honest. It's still really a long time. Geyer? I don't know. Since when has Warframe even been able to pronounce their own names correctly in their dev streams? So I don't mind just watching it and not caring. It's a frame. Thank you, though. Thank you. I'll try to remember it. I probably won't. I'll probably, like, never touch the frame again, except for when I make my Prime Short-Footed build with it. Well, that frame got nerfed so hard. I remember the first day it came out. It was so strong. So strong. You could crash your game with that frames 4. It was so bad. It was so much damage. Like thousands of electric procs. Thousands. I don't know if I still have the screenshot, but I had a screenshot of me getting, like, I think it was 4,000 or 5,000 electric procs on a mob. It was so dumb. I'm glad they fixed it to an extent, because it made the game unstable and just threatened your game to crash at any moment in time. But, man. You're a Mesa main? I don't blame you. Mesa's a really fun everyday frame. This is a really fun everyday frame. She falls off in her extremely heavy endurance, but she's in a phenomenal frame. Everyday play. Anything sub 200, she just works. And it's chill. It's got a damage reduction, stupidly strong 2. Has a 1 that you can act, or strong 4, I should say. Damage reduction is the 2. And then you can activate the 1 while using the 4. Or is it our 3 that's damage reduction? It's been years. Might be your 3. And I can definitely get you there. No fall off as you've gone to level cap, not in Deviri. I don't count Deviri as a level cap. Deviri is a nice concept, I will say that. It's a cool way to get people into the idea of level cap and getting them used to how things play at level cap. But I definitely don't consider it a validated test for a run. I never could get into Baruch. Good frame though. Stupidly strong. I've seen that frame do some crazy stuff. I just never could get into the playstyle. 3 is DR. Oh, you put Nourish on her. Okay. Okay. I'm talking default kit. I'm talking default kit. I haven't touched her since even before the Helmuth system. So... Steel Path wasn't even out, to give you an idea of how long ago it was that I actually touched her. I was still on my original account that I hadn't deleted yet, or I hadn't deleted it yet out of the protest that I was on, or in. So, a very, very, very long time ago. Okay, this Malice kill is not going as planned. That's fine though. Yeah. With Helmuth, I can see it. She can go to level cap. It's not even... With that, Helmuth sends anything to level cap. So... But yeah, I haven't touched Mesa in 4 years? 5 years. 5 years. Yeah, 4 to 5 years it's been since I touched Mesa. Mesa way back then was not a good frame. Like, she was a good everyday frame. Like I said, sub 200, but then anything past that she just wasn't great at. And I was so tunneled in trying to figure out like how to get the level cap back then and in survival that I just completely just ignored her. She did not work well for the testing. I ended up just using her regulators as a status applier when I came to that. This is also back when health was multiplicative for enemies, not additive like it is now. So level cap mobs back then had like 30 times more health than they do now, if not more. So there's a whole different line of health pool there. And we didn't have all this, like a majority of the stuff that we didn't have then. Yeah, no, Slash really didn't work well back then. Like, it did on the right weapons, but on her regulators, no. This is also back then when you could get, like, 100 million Slash ticks, and it wouldn't even hardly tickle a mob at level cap. It would take maybe, like, 1/3% off of their health. So, mobs used to have a ridiculous amount of health. Ridiculous amount. Nowadays, they have no health pool at all. It's a joke. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. because the amount of things that you could use back then to kill mobs at level cap was very slim. Very slim. Very, very slim. You didn't have many things. Like, even old school maiming strike Atarax wasn't the greatest in the world for killing at level cap. You could, if you never died and you got your multiplier up high enough, because this was also back when at 12 times combo multiplier on melee was 1.6 million, I think it was. Oh, you put on pillage, so you have infinite shields. We didn't even have shield gating back then either. Imagine this game without shield gating. Yeah. Yeah. So imagine this game without shield gating. Mobs did the same amount of damage they do now. They have never adjusted the values of the amount of damage they do. Well, I don't think. Maybe they might have made damage additive too, but I don't recall hearing that. I recall being told it was just... This was through patch notes, it was just health and armor. Because they were trying to... You don't want to imagine that? Bro, it was a game back then, man. It was a game back then. You didn't make mistakes. You didn't make mistakes. The highest I had gotten mag to back then was 7,700. I used Lenka to do it because it had a combo multiplier with sniper rifles. That was the way I could produce enough damage to be able to kill at that level. I think my slash ticks back then were, because this was after Hunter's munitions had come out, this was after PoE and all that. My slash ticks were 600 million for the Lenka or something like that. And this is also back when viral didn't give you an extra 375% damage. It actually took off instantly 50% of their health pool, which was more beneficial at level cap. Getting to a level cap once you pass like level 1k, it was more beneficial than the extra damage that it is now. Game was drastically different. We didn't have arcanes for our weapons, we didn't have helmet, we didn't have a shard system. Like, we didn't have Tenet or Kuva weapons. Didn't have galvanized mods. That was a nice kill. But yeah, we didn't have galvanized mods or anything like that back then. It was so bare bones what we had back in those days. We didn't have combat discipline to proc Avenger, so we didn't have Avenger. The free 45% crit. There was no running Avenger back then. It was crazy. It was crazy times. What's crazy is we've gotten more damage now, and the mob's health are lower. That's what blows me away. New players will never know. No, they won't. The game was hard back then. The game now, it's not so much that it's hard. It's just you really gotta pay attention. That's about it. Because you can only, like, it's still, you make a few mistakes, you die. But there's so much more room for just surviving now. Those were some days, though. Those were some days. Spectres didn't steal your ammo, though, so that was nice. I hate the Spectres steal ammo nowadays. Just because players like me abused the Barama and used it to kill at level cap and be able to AFK runs and never have to do anything. Just because we did that didn't mean anything, you know? Like, just let us do it. You just give it a little buff, you know, some type of buff frame, and then all of a sudden it just goes to the moon and you don't have to worry about anything. It still works, but it's a lot harder now because they need ammo now, and there's not enough primary ammo drops to actually keep them going. That's why it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, you used to be able to do that. Once you got to four or 5,000, you could actually have specters do all the killing for you. And this was done after health was made additive, I should say. Not multiplicative. Back in the multiplicative days, it wasn't like that. Well, no. If you gave him the right weapon, it was. The best weapon I had found for doing that was Lanka. But you didn't have the luxury of like the AoE and stuff like that, because self-damage was also a thing back then, so they could actually kill themselves. It was a whole thing. That's why you abuse Messes for. Well, that's never getting touched. There's no way to really abuse that anymore. It's just one of the few AFK abilities that are actually still in the game. As Warframe was a much older time when they supported AFK play. Like, that was the entire game back then when Mesa was released. It was a very AFK game. Very AFK game. Now frames are made for a lot more of a active playstyle, which, I mean, like, it's good for some people, but I miss the old days of the AFK frames. People just find them boring nowadays, so I can't not see that. I can see where you're coming from if you're somebody that likes like an active playstyle, but I've been playing Warframe for going on 8 years now. I'm used to the chill game. That's what I've always liked. It's chill unless you mess up. That's what I like about it. If you mess up, oh, it gets very unchill very quick. Back then though, like without shield gating, you kind of needed play like that because you actually had to pay attention to so much in front of you that you couldn't focus on spamming out like doing like 30 abilities and stuff like that. You kind of just had to have a hit button, kind of like Mag is just hit button, hit button, hit button, Octavia, you know, and all that. You like farming and camping? You're one of the few. You're one of the few left. That's all I can say. There isn't that many players that enjoy it nowadays. I would say in a total perspective, you know, when you put it into the broad overall percentages of the game, there's still a large enough population of endurance runners and stuff like that. People who like their more relaxed play. But, yeah. It was like, that was one of the reasons why they came out with Disruption, is because, at least in my opinion, why they came out with Disruption is they wanted to have an endurance mode for really active players, because before Disruption, really at the end of the day, everything else kind of enforced camping. Like, you can, of course, if you build correctly, you know, you grab your brief respite and all that type of stuff to keep your shield gating going, you can easily, and rolling guard, of course, and everything, you can have an active play style nowadays. But it's very active. I was happy to see, though, that Rhino could actually get a, what was that, 120 million, like, shield nowadays. That was awesome to see. I was so happy to see that. You also like farming for record, or going for record runs. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. This will be a world record if I get it. Current world record is 75 hours. I used to do a lot of world record runs, but I'm more right now going to be focusing, after this run at least. This is something I've just been working on for so many years, and with them announcing no more patches till Whispers, I was like, okay, game's stable as it can be there, so I'm gonna take advantage of that and get this run done. But I'm gonna be working on no prime short-footed 12-hour runs for every frame, and then after that my next series will be 21.5 hours, which is reward cap, because after 256 rewards in any endless mission, you stop receiving rotational rewards. So that'll be right up to that point, but prime short-footed builds. And I may, in between that, go for some world records at the end of every year. I don't know 100% though. This is something I've been tossing around in my head. I don't really want to do interception again because the problem with interception is I know how to bug it and my natural playstyle bugs it. That's the annoying part. So, and it bugs it in my favor, so that's like another reason why I don't want to do it. I don't have to kill anything really. The only thing I think I'd have to do, not think I know I'd have to do, well, still possibly think even, is just get rid of Overguard on Eximuses, and outside of that, there's really nothing in the game I have to worry about. Acolytes might be a bit of a problem if I use that strat, but I'm not 100%. I've done 500 rounds of interception, was that 6 years ago now? I did that with Frost. That was a fun. Bugged the hell out of the game though. Bug can never be fixed. That's the annoying part. All I can say is that there's a way to make it so that you don't have to kill any mobs at the end. When you have that end phase and you have all the mobs that you gotta kill, there's certain things you can do to make it so you don't have to kill any of them. They just despawn. I'll be respectful for DE and not give that out completely. Only because they took away me getting trade suspensions for endurance. That's the only reason why, DE. That's it. You don't need one. They're just really beneficial. They help a lot. It adds a lot of utility. The utility is one of the most important things, really. But yeah, with the Vault Spectre, what I'm doing is I'm adding his shield will give me the extra crit damage, and it'll give me electric procs. Plus, I don't take any hits randomly as well. So yeah, and then I use his Ignis as an additional status, so I get 2 statuses from him for aptitude, which gives me extra bonus damage, plus more bonus damage on top of his shield buff. And an electric proc as well. There's just a lot of buffs behind it, essentially. And then the only reason the Offspree's here is to give him shield, so I don't have to keep dropping new ones. But you theoretically don't need it. Like, I could just stand in front of it if I wanted to. I mean, if I really wanted to. We'll do this. Oh, okay, never mind. I can't. Don't die! Don't die! Oh, I can't do that there. Oh, no. Alright, let's see. I can afford 1 death. 2 deaths. Let's see. Let's see if I can still do this. Like I said, you really don't actually need it. It's just beneficial to have. And if you're wondering why I died there, that's because there was an Ancient out and I didn't see that. And he had a buff on everybody. I'll take it. I'll take it. But yeah, Ancient buff, I couldn't actually hit them with anything, so yeah. I was expecting CC to go out, and the reality was there was no CC to go out at all. Now we'll just quickly get our stacks back here. Primary Merciless. Nice and easy. Yeah, it'll happen on occasion. It'll happen. Can we get... As you can see with all the mobs stuck out there, this is why I don't like radiation sometimes, and this is why I aim towards the floor. I want my stacks. Can I have my stacks? Oh, that was a good switch. That's the carpal tunnel kicking in from active play. Okay. Alright, we good now? Are we good? We got my stacks. Okay, as you can even see out here, as long as you just play smart, you don't really gotta worry about much. Just make sure you don't stand in between mobs and your bubble. In the center of your bubble. You'll be good. So. Now that I got those stacks back. Was it V? Yeah, that's my key binding. I use pads so little I actually forget my key binding nowadays. As you can tell, me moving out of that room kind of screwed up my spawns. I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm just gonna hope they adjust. That's the issue with active play in Warframe. Is mobs spawn 40 or 60 meters away from you, from wherever your current location is. So if you move even the slightest bit, it can actually screw up spawns. That's the biggest problem with active play. I had forgotten that for a moment. I had forgotten that for a moment. Just gonna hope it adjusts my spawns and I don't have to worry. I think we're adjusting. We're at 80 with a bunch of oxygen down, so okay. Yeah, for that, yeah, it's dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's one of the biggest reasons why you need to sit in a single room. Like, and it's not like, when I mean a single room, you sit in that single spot in that room. Don't be trying to go around everywhere on this God's green earth. You may have, I would say at most, like 20-ish meters of room to move. 20 to 30 meters. But that's all you really get. If you move over that, you'll screw up everything. Especially in a room like here, where there's a lot of big intersecting rooms to it, it can easily make it so that the game favors spawning in a big room over maybe a little bit of a smaller room. And then you don't get equal spawns from each direction, which just become reduced overall because they start getting stuck. Especially when you have stairs and everything all over the place and all that, like it's terrible. It's terrible. We'll do that one more time, the active play, but we're gonna do that at the 100-hour mark. And that'll be my extraction, as I'll go 5 minutes sitting out there, just doing some active play. That's what we'll do. Acolytes will be at level cap. Be able to see. Because I can't be doing that for too long, not with my hands. That twitch you saw was already a result of that. That's Warframe though. It's a fast-ass pace game. This game is so fast. That's why it's hard for me to understand how people can play this on controller and get level cap. Like, I've seen people do it, like I know people that have done it and everything, and it's impressive. I've never seen anyone do it active play, I'll say that much. Well, maybe nowadays probably wouldn't be as hard with rolling guard. Nothing's as hard with rolling guard and brief respite nowadays. I don't use rolling guard or anything, so as you can see, no rolling guard. I don't use that. So my brain always thinks of like playing without it, and then like, well, how hard would that be? And it's like, oh. And same with brief respite and all that type of stuff. I don't play with those typically. I don't like those. It takes certain frames for me to have to use it. Or if it's an arbitration. If it's an arbitration, I'll use it because, like, really no choice. I'm gonna make mistakes somewhere. I feel like typically with a lot of frames, you have enough get out of dodge abilities to be able to really not worry about it. I play different than most people do, though. That comes from my experience in the game, though. Surprised an electric boy hasn't come out yet. Also, I will say, if you are playing an active playstyle on mag, make sure you can see your bubble. Don't be like me and use a black energy bubble or energy color and then just have no idea really where it begins and where it ends. Don't do that. Don't do that part. It's good for camping, because camping you don't really have to it doesn't matter. But for an active playstyle, because you need to stay within the radius of the bubble, I would heavily say you need to run an energy color that makes it apparent. I just don't want to have to be staring at that for that long. I use black energy pretty much for every single warframe. Just for that reason, it's just a lot easier on the eyes. I don't know if it improves performance. My guess would say yes, but I'm really not sure. You use red and blue for yours? I could see that. That would be very visually like sticking out. So you would be able to see that over pretty much everything, especially with the colors that are typically used in Warframe tile sets. Makes sense. And be sure, if you all have not, give the video a thumbs up. Also, if I remember correctly, down in the comment section or in the description is my Baker Science channel, if I remember correctly. I put that there. I was positive. Subscribe over to that channel and you'll be able to see my build videos that I'll be posting and such. Yeah. It's there. It's there. As you can see, that's why I like Vault. I usually throw a Zenny Star out there, but I felt like I was going to be fast enough to where it really wouldn't matter. He doesn't actually really kill anything with the Ignis, he just keeps it there for me. But I don't want him to kill anything. That's the last thing I want, is for him to get a killing blow. Because then I can't get Merciless stacks. Because Merciless stacks require you to get killing blow. In fact, a lot of my items require you to get killing blows on things. So we make sure we get killing blows on things. I used to use the Nataruk, but that will kill Stu. Because it stays infinite in the bubble, and once he's lined up enough shots in there, there's like 50 arrows in the damn bubble. And what you can do is you can chain those arrows from one bubble to another. And it becomes a whole mess. There's nothing lives. They enter it and instantly die. You don't get anything. The problem with that is, and that may sound like a great thing, like, I don't have to do anything. No, it's bad, because if you're going for Acolyte level cap, Spectres don't do enough damage for that. They fall off at around 2,500-ish, 2,000-ish, somewhere around there. It's like a hard fall off if you have a full Spectre army out. Like, I'm talking everything. I'm talking you have a Moa, Heavy Gunner, Clem, Lancer, Spectre, a Shield Osprey, plus a Warframe type deal. Then they'll last until about 2,500. I think if you buff them correctly, they can go a little bit further, but not really too much further. Just because Acolytes end up getting so much health and armor. I think if you can strip their armor, you might be okay, but like that requires you to have to do something, so it's not really a sign. There we go, 6,700 on the Acolytes. I don't even know what hours am I right now. I know 24 was 30. 26. Or 40, I should say. I think I'm shooting towards 44. Or no, 45. I think we're still shooting towards that. Let me check. Let's see here. 45 times 60. 27. Oh, never mind. We just passed over 45 hours. Oh, nice. 2,700 was 45 hours. Good. Oh, only 5 hours off of 50% done. Right after this reward, I am going to get a drink. A daily mix of A little bit of caffeine, creatine, some electrolytes. I will say I'm amazed at the mental benefits that creatine has definitely helped me with. A little bit sharper. I don't know if it would affect somebody the same way it affected me, like without I didn't have brain damage. But I would say it's just I'm glad the studies were correct. So, it's amazing what this stuff's capable of. Definitely helps with mental sharpness a bit. Memory's gotten so much better from that. It's more the lion's mane mushroom that I take. Let's go ahead and go get that. Able to be right back. Y'all's just stare at this wonderfulness. I wish I could have like an auto scroll thing that would just automatically scroll through this. I suppose I could set up a macro to do. Yeah, that's another time and place for that. Anyways, I'll be right back. I just knocked over my e-cig juice. Don't worry, we're fine. It's where the other mouse is. Probably just woke up Danny. She's not gonna be happy about that. Anyways, I'm gonna go have fun. Okay, I am back. Let me clear that, be right back. Oh, that's the wrong one. You gotta remember it's the white eye you have to hide, not the gray. I was playing with my life there with that electric guy. I was just hoping I was seeing correctly that he actually was CC'd. And he was doing the body rock, so we were okay there. wonder why this keeps resetting. It's getting annoying. Good stop. Okay, good. Good. Oh no, that might have been set from when I went AF. I didn't set it back over. Because you can set that in the menu too. As long as you can kind of remember where to place it, you can save yourself like extra half a second or so, a second, depending on how fast you can go over there or scroll your mouse over. It doesn't sound like much, but when you're cracking 1,200 relics, it adds up. It adds up. You're forced to lose about 15 seconds every single relic crack. You cannot avoid it. There's 15 seconds added to your time. It comes out to roughly like, I think it's 4 or 5% or something like that extra in the run. So instead of this taking me 100 hours, it'll take me about 105 to 106 hours of actually playing the game to hit 100 hours. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's not a bad, it's not bad. You get 1,200 relics for 5 hours to 6 hours of cracking. I would have to say it's unbeatable. It's unbeatable. It's pretty much 200 an hour, which I think nobody is actually capable of. So I forgot to switch. Not the best stack there, but that's okay. Not the best stack there. Their armor is getting so high that the end damage from the bubble actually isn't doing much damage anymore, which is fairly unfortunate. Because I'm set up to be able to hit damage cap with that end bubble. But if they have enough armor, it won't be damage cap. Acolytes get pretty tanky, I will say. They get pretty damn tanky. I don't like the crush playstyle, if you're wondering why I don't have the augment for that. I just don't like it. Really don't. Mainly because it's like what I have to do with my current build to make everything else work is just, it doesn't really allow for it. This is a, I would say a very min-max build for my playstyle. Most work I've ever put into a build, so 2,500 hours of theory crafting and testing with this damn frame over the past 5 years. Just this month alone I did 40 to 50 hours. Just to pretty much come back in here with almost the exact same build. Almost. There's a few things changed. Yeah. That's life sometimes. I at one time tried a gas build, and like it works, but I felt like I was missing something with it, and I don't want to take the time, or I don't really have the time to sit there and figure out what I'm missing from the gas build. I have a few ideas on what I'm going to do with that to make it work and everything, but not 100% on it. This is going to take some more failing. I'm hoping I don't have to do what I think I have to do, which is going to be the annoying part. It won't be anything really unique then at the end of the day. Because what I'm thinking I have to do is I have to mod for crit. Which may not make any sense for a gas build. I think it's which then at that point, I don't even know, it's like, what's just gas really doing? It's just false. I wish they would change, what is it called? Gas back to how it was before. Where it would stack toxin procs in an AoE. Instead of what it is now, which is every stack of gas that you get increases the radius of that gas tick. I don't like that as much. But that's that. Would be that. Hopefully this Acolyte doesn't spawn in when the little... Okay, good. I actually have to look away when that happens. Sometimes they can spawn in right at a perfect time to where this freezes and it's just doing that strobe effect. And I have to like glance out of the corner of my eye in order to not have a fucking seizure because of it. It's so fucking annoying. It hasn't happened too often in this run, but I think I've had it happen 3 times, 4... No. Twice. Sorry. It's happened like 4 times in the past month. It's not often that it happens. But it is something very annoying. Very annoying. It can happen with them spawning in or spawning out. Can't say I enjoy it. That was weird. It kept saying invalid target. I wonder why. Is it the ancient? Did the ancient create an invalid target? Or maybe there was something in front of him. I don't know. I don't know. This is why a combat log would be really nice in this game. Like, even if it was like we just pause the game, or not really so much pause, go into our menu and we gotta click on it, you know, and then it brings up it. It'd be nice. This way, even if like we're in a group play, you can figure out why the hell they died. Or why something didn't trigger as it should have, you know, or anything like that. I don't know how unstable it would make the game, though. So, I can understand not having it. I feel like there's probably already something in here that tracks something like that, and it just isn't being visually displayed. It would be hard for me to imagine this game not having something like that. $55 relics left and we're 50% done. Oh my. Oh my. Oh. This time's going by relatively quick. Can't complain. Are you dead? Or are you not? Oh, you're an electric boy too. Oh, Jesus. There's all those electric thingies I don't like. Can you... Hello? Thank you. At that rate, I could have just switched and it would have been the same time to kill. What are you doing? Leave me alone. And try to get these guys out on the side here. There we go. Back in. There. This way I don't have things everywhere. I might have to move my specters back. I don't want to, but I might have to. Kinda don't like the Acolyte kills as they're going right now. I think I'm going to. I think I'm gonna move my boys. But I'm just gonna resummon the new ones. Let me throw Zenny Star out there real quick just to cover myself while I do this. Hopefully I can... Did I hit you? Yeah, alright. This is gonna change the Acolyte spawn. It'll be further back now. It'll be more... It'll be in this row of, couches? Benches? Benches. It'll be in this row of benches now. I wonder why they have all these benches here if I never see anybody sitting in them. Like, what is this for? You know? They all just sit in here and stare at each other? Like, what's going on here? It just makes you wonder. That did not make really any difference. Might just be where they're at in scaling then. Oh well. Oh well. That sucks. Now I'm in a spot where I don't like the minimap. Yeah, now I'm in a spot where I don't like the minimap. How many ospreys do I have left? 94. Ah, I'm good. And there we go. Okay. I have enough for every 30 minutes, so I went and checked on how much I have. I really haven't known how much I used this entire run yet. And I realized I only used 3. This is my 4th one. It's good. It's good. I haven't had to really replace them or anything like that. Are you good, bro? Do you need me to back up for you, or what do you need? What do you need, bro? I need you to put down your shield right now. Can we talk about this? About that? Did that work? I'm glad I bought 600 of you. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. He was like, oh, no, he's gonna replace me. I'm done messing around. I'm sorry. I was just having some fun. No. Listen. I just summoned you. Don't even start. I am going to adjust the audio a little bit. I just want this turn. About a 50%. That should be a little better. Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. All under control, though. A little chaotic, but all under control. Let's see who I get blessed with now. Misery. This is gonna be a long, or yeah, it's a long one. So hit or miss with this thing. So hit or miss. I'm gonna do that. Please. This should have been the last summon. Where are the other two guys? Are they dead? Oh, okay. Alright, I killed them. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. What is my vault doing? Why are you just standing there? You're not kneeling, so you're not... Okay, whatever. I guess you needed a refresh. You want to put your little shield thing down? Huh? Give us some shields? Huh? You want to give us some shields, big boy? I'll stop shooting. You give us some shields. Come on, big boy. Come on. Yeah, come on. I gotta kill this, though. I need your shields. Bruh. I would like your shields right now. Just a shield. Come on. No, the whole time. This is beyond you now. You can't do the shield. Do we need to be shot at? Do we need to get shot at? Is that it? Was that enough? I got hit. Can you do it now? Do the thing where you make the thing go all the way out here and there. Oh, I got shot at. Can you do something? Look at them. They're shooting at me, bro. Help me. Put your shield up. Oh, put your shield up, laddie. No. I gotta have to get a new Spectre. Is this it? This is new Spectre zone, huh? You want to be worthless? All right. No, it's cool. It's cool. I understand, man. It's okay. Your shift's over. All right. Let me get you another. Here. Let me get you a replacement. There you go. Take a nap. I'll see you. Okay. Now that that's done. Jesus. Right after this Acolyte / Relic Clack was Clack. We'll go with it. Alright, screw it. As soon as we're done with this Acolyte and Relic Clack, we're gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a break here. I need to stretch my legs out a little. They feel like jello right now, and it's not agreeing with me. And I need to go get some stretches done on my wrist so they don't lock up. Quit with your nonsense and your charcuterie. There. What do you think of that? Is that better? I just head first into a bunch of rounds. So, anyways, we're gonna go ahead and look at the operator just for that's right, the Relic Clack. Forgot about the clack. Getting the Relic Clack done. Okay, Relic Clack done. Select. My speech ain't there right now. I need a moment. I need a moment. Oh man, that is rich. That is rich. Anyways, be sure if you have not, share out the stream. Let people know this Ginger's gonna be sitting here for days on end, so you'll be able to find his stream whenever you really feel like it. Give it a thumbs up if you haven't already as well for the video, and subscribe to my science channel down in the description below. It is where I post my build videos. And I do stream on this channel or post clips depending on what becomes accessible at the current time. Anyways, we'll see you all when I come back, and cannot thank you enough for those of you that have come around, lurking, talking, and chat, doing all the greatness. Alright, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. I had to go to the restroom too. I knew it when I stood up. That's for damn sure. Alright. Should be maybe a little more talkative now that I actually got some meds in me. I don't have to worry about the having to focus as hard. It's like my PTSD and my meds were out. Hold on, hold up. There we go. I forgot to retighten the little screw for the mic. I'm done. Yeah. My meds were off, my PTSD starts to kick in. Just my, I have to like put a lot more focus into being able to focus on the game and just not let that rule my overall train of thought. So, like I can do it, but then I'm just not going to be talking to y'all at all. A lot easier in meds. It's easier. What are we at here? 2766, so what does that come down? Wasn't it 2700 for 45 hours? Correct? Correct, maybe. I don't know. There we go. Okay. 2766. 46.1. I was gonna say. Nice. Let's go. What are you doing? Are you dead? You're dead. Okay. I wanted to make sure it was dead. Last thing I want to deal with is a mob behind me and to kill another ancient. Because I've already had to use a few of them. And even though I think I am in a good point, how many I have, I'm gonna make sure I don't go over naturally there so I can be lazy. Okay, we're good. Even though I came in with a good amount and everything, I would like to not have to use all 200. I wish you could bring more than a single 200. That would be really nice. Let's see here. How many do we have? 184. It's one every 30 minutes. And would be 300. We got 6. 80. 480. Okay, yeah. Doing pretty good. My math is weird, sorry. For anyone I just confused there with that. I was trying to figure out exactly where I was at. Like I said, I had one for every 30 minutes in the mission. That's kind of how I figured the math today. First. I'm nowhere near that. Let's go. Did I accidentally bubble somebody up there? Turn my DPI down. Okay, turn my DPI down. Thank you. Jesus. Right there. I can be lazy now. Be lazy? Yeah, we're good. This way I could just freely just shoot and just hit my 2 without even having to worry. You don't want to get them bubbled up there. Unfortunately, the rounds won't go up there. Unless you're... I think if you individually aim, they might. I never actually tried. No, we got plenty of time, right? We got plenty of time. No, the recoil might cause weird things. Because they do that already. What that's from is like a difference in elevation, essentially, because they come down the stairs. If they take the wrong step and they get hit by the bubble at that certain time, it counts them in the air, and then they start hovering a little bit, and as you hit them more, they go higher. It's an annoying thing. It is all life. I like to have the bubble constantly exploding, mainly due to the fact that it helps get rid of like overguard, which is a huge factor. Before I just liked it for the extra damage it did, but now the main reason is to help get rid of overguard before they get into the bubble. Because immunity to like everything is just really annoying. But they aren't immune to the damage from it, so that's a nice split. That's how you have to play. That's how you really have to play. Not saying like you truly have to, but I don't know much of a situation where you wouldn't at the end of the day. Overguard is it's a pain. It's a pain. I would think maybe in an active play style that might be the advantage, actually. And the reason why I say that is because the Eximuses are going to be a little bit more staggered, and they're not going to be always directly on top of each other. That would be a way to counter that. I think I have to completely random the game with my meds. I think I gotta recalibrate my scale. Because this adapt belt is feeling immensely more than I thought it was gonna be. Because I do weigh out everything. Very precise to all of it. I think my scale might be... Thank you. I don't know why the bubble wasn't switching. It's weird. It's weird. At least it didn't take a third cast. That's all that matters. Yeah, scratch that on the talkative part there. This talkative is like, hey, wow. Oh, that is unexpected. Unexpected. Doing good though. With this, it's just like I'm able to laser focus. That's the whole thing here. Oh. It's real though. It is real. Might have to go orally take some CBD isolate. Oh boy. Just calm this down a little bit there. Oh, yeah, I was not paying attention there. All those rounds in the center there was the reason why I had shield gating occur. What I should have done was when I came like right up to it, pretty much I should have pulled when the door opened. That would have, you know, anything that got pulled in would have been hit by those instead, and I would have been able to just run past it. I think that was one of my downs earlier on too. Not like this stream, but I have it on clip, but I think that was in the first 6 hours. Yeah. So I don't have it now. I went for to make sure I could cover, like, the build itself would cover me for failures. There's at a certain point where it collapses over and I do go down or something like that, but I tried to build this thing fairly fail-proof, like fail-safe proof. Like, and it only gets stronger with the Zenny Star. Should it get pulled on? Okay, let me let that recharge. That's actually where my source of viral comes in. That is a wonderful thing. Now it'll just spin endlessly in there, just applying heat viral to everything. It's so great. It really is. You just gotta make sure you have the initial combo for it. That would be the key there. Zenny Star was put in a very weird place after Melee 3.0. It lost a lot of its touch. A lot of its touch. It's sad. It is good though. It is good. I don't know if you can still make it do the damage it used to do. I don't think so. I could be wrong. There still could be a build out there for Zenny Star. There we go. Good morning, Dreamin'. How you doing? But yeah, it's overkill to have that at the end of the day. It really doesn't matter so much. You don't need the extra damage. I would say for Acolytes it would help, but for some reason in solo they can't be affected by viral. So you don't even get the luxury of 4 stacks, which is really trashy. It sucks. And just so you know, Drewman, I do have a delay on. I actually forgot to turn on low latency. So I'd have to restart the stream for that, but that will be on for future ones. For right now, you will say something and I'll likely get back to it in retrospect. Yeah. I think it's like a 45-second delay, something like that. It's really not the greatest thing in the world, but that's life. I forgot to turn it on. I'm just grateful I got this thing to work in a regardless factor, because I'm going to be doing these runs anyways to make the builds, and I figured might as well stream them if I can. Before this PC was, host PC was just heating up to like 150 degrees. And I figured it'd be a better way of documenting everything and all that type of stuff. Figure if I'm doing it, I might as well also be doing it here at the same time. Yeah. It's been about 3 months of work trying to get this PC figured out. These parts are, it was a budget build when I first built it anyways, and with it being 5 years old as a budget build, it's really like it's 10 years old, so any 10-year-old PC kind of just, it runs on its last leg. I'm just happy it runs the operating system, yeah, and the stream, so I'm good. That's the only thing it runs, it has the operating system and the stream. Everything else I have running on my gaming computer. Because I could stream on the gaming computer too, but it would degrade the lifespan of it, and I'm not really about to do that. With streaming, you can expect like a 20% reduced lifespan on a PC if you're also gaming on the same one. It's like 20 to 30%. And if you're streaming for long hours, then it's even worse. Like, you expect up to like 50%. Mainly what happens is you just end up... Fans might be the biggest thing. Those are replaceable, of course, but everything else kind of gets just slower in a general aspect. Fans would be the biggest one. They're replaceable, though. They're replaceable. On like a reasonable level, but anything hardware-wise, it's still a problem. I mean, thankfully here it's the winter, so you know these are perfect times to do this kind of stuff. It's cold, so we're good. Good. It's the winter. Perfect time. My hands hurt, don't get me wrong, but that's all good. That's all good. That's all good. Yeah, like a car wears down, a computer wears down in the same facet. Yeah. Everything has got an X amount of miles, if you will, on it. If you're able to separate the load, it's always recommended to do that. Like this host PC, I spent maybe if at $500. I think this all together was like a $400 one, but this is way back before all these prices have inflated. Now a reasonable host PC for me is like $700. It's absolutely terrible how expensive everything is. Prices have come down, don't get me wrong, but oh man, I'm cherishing these PCs, treating them real well. It's insane how expensive prices have gotten for PCs. Is my ancient dead? Alright, I'm gonna move him to the other side here. No, he's gonna... I'm gonna try over here. I think here might work. I don't know. Not 100%. Speaking of cold, this cold is hitting today. We got snow coming in here the next few days, so it's life. We just got done having snow. I don't even think it's all off the ground. Yeah, I'm very happy. I had to end up using my capture card for this. Very old. I had to dig through the capture card's website to get everything. It's like they support it, but they don't like have it up in the front end type deal. They keep the software up to date and everything for it up to date, but it's not being resold. So I'm like one generation behind the earliest generation that's available right now. But that capture card's like, that also went up a lot in price. It's insane how expensive Elgatos are now. And my capture card was $120. That electric procs, all about. Okay, he's dead. Okay, yep, we're good. Like I paid $120 for mine. This was like this was 6, 7 years ago. Not further than that. Then I also have the very original Elgato that came out as well. That one was only like $60 or something like that. I remember how cheap they were when they first came out. They're not the best. It's 1080p, 30 FPS. But back then it was good. That was like 10 years ago. It's insane to think. Insane to even think about now. It was actually like that long ago. Like 8 to 9 years ago. Oh shit, do I have slash? Please don't die, Jen. I actually thought I got the recast of the CC off on this guy. Nope, he hit me with his magnetize, so I just shot myself. Let's wait for the... Okay, my slash is gone. Yeah, Jen's not bad, we don't have to worry about rezzing him. We had a fresh loot anyways. So. Let's get that bubble replaced. Am I hitting? Yeah, we are. But yeah, I figured if I'm capable of streaming it, I will. I put 2,500 hours into this run, so in total, before even doing it. Worth of theory crafting, theory crafting, figuring everything out. It's gotta get done now. This is the best time of year to do it. I'm back for content creation. Might as well. We'll meet tomorrow before I start my stream, start the run, get out more motivational stuff scheduled, so be covered on everything. I have until the 8th scheduled, so I'd like to get it done 2 days prior so that I can, if I lapse anywhere in the way of not being able to think of something with it, then if I run into problems or anything like that, I can account for that. It's about only other things that I got planned there. And if y'all do like motivational / fitness journey stuff, This scrawny ginger's trying to get himself in shape, so you can go ahead and take a look down in the description below. Predominantly just do motivational shorts with just my dumbass working out in the background. You know, the standard stuff you say. Yeah. If you're interested in that, definitely be sure to check it out. I'll say though, I'm up almost 40 pounds, no? Halfway. It's been like 2 years now. Almost 2. February it'll be 2 years. Yeah, February. February it'll be 2 years. Which reminds me, I need to, before next stream, I need to take the time to actually make a timer for that. I try to put words together and make them make sense. Thankfully, when recording, you have opportunities to mess up and keep trying again until it sounds good. Oh boy, the amount of re-records I do because of my dumb ass. I still got a long way to go. Still got a long way to go. It's something I'm just dabbling my hand into. I like to try new things, learn new skills, all that type of stuff. I was like, why not try it? I'm gonna be doing it anyways. I'm one of those type of people, if I can figure out how to share my experiences in life throughout throughout my whole life to the world in a helpful manner, not in a way that, you know, doesn't actually help the world type deal, you know. If I can figure out a way to always help people in some type of way with how I present things, this would be the best way to say it. You know, I find it worth my time to figure, you know, to always figure that out. And if I can, awesome, I'm gonna definitely try and do it. It's just the type of person I am. I even did that back in, like, we're talking 15 years ago or so. 15, 16 years ago, and YouTube didn't even have monetization. I was trying to upload videos of World of Warcraft Arena and stuff. Oh, it was insane. Made some ghetto capture card, not capture card, but video recorder. Oh, because like my PC was so bad, I couldn't have one that encodes at the same time as recording. So I had to have one that recorded, and then when I stopped the recording, it would render everything, like, and encode it and all that, so that we could actually use the file. It was so bad. I would have to leave my PC on overnight all the time, because, like, at the end of the night, or ran out of ammo, because at the end of the night, like, after, you know, playing for 4 or 5 hours with people, it was just so bad. It was terrible. It would take like 3 times as long. That was back when I was working too. I would just go to work and then come back, and it would usually be done by that time. Oh man. It was back when I used to sell gold on WoW too, and I would just leave a bot farming for me. I'd come back, I'd go and put everything down and for jewel crafting, alchemy, and enchanting. And just made money off of that. Paid for my subscription and the expansions I need and such. I did get ripped off a few times. Oh boy, this is like we're talking underground gold selling, so I get ripped off a few times. I think I lost probably about $600 with that whole thing. All the times I got ripped off. That's what happens though. You run the risk. Run the risk. At the end of the day, most of the time, I wasn't ripped off any actual physical money. There was $200 one time I was. That was the first time it ever happened. The rest of the times I learned. Because you didn't touch the money for 3 months. That's what I learned. And if it stayed there, oops, sorry, I hit the mic there. If it stayed there, then you could use it. But that was the only way you could do it. Because there was a refund policy for PayPal, and if it took longer than 2 months, they would allow you to keep everything. So, or if there was no refund dispute in 2 months, you were okay. This was like early day PayPal, early days PayPal. I think Elon Musk actually still owned PayPal at that time. It's that early. You still play well? I tried to get into this expansion. I don't know. I'm a solo player at the end of the day. I think that's what drew me away from it. Because I feel like this expansion actually was really well done. But I couldn't get into it completely. I did think this expansion was actually pretty well done. There wasn't much I really didn't enjoy. It's just... I hated looking for groups. I hated it. And I know, yeah, go find your community and everything, but that involves looking for groups. And I just did not want to take the time to do that. Not when I also played Warframe, and it's a phenomenal solo game. But yeah, WoW is drastically different now. I remember you played back in vanilla, so... Yeah. I introduced you to the game, so yeah. Definitely, that was forever ago. Classic is a completely different game than what it used to be. They ain't nothing close to the same. It's a good and bad thing. Good and bad thing. There's aspects that it's good about, and there's aspects that it's really, really bad about. But I mean, it's the same vice versa and everything. WoW is just a different breed now. It's the whole thing. It's a different game because the engine's allowed to do a lot. You know, the game was made like it was back then, predominantly because the engine was so limited that mechanics couldn't really be the hard factor. They had to make a lot of other things the hard factor. That also changed the challenge for a lot of people, and some people just don't like what the new challenge is. I am one of those. I am one of those. For me, Wrath of the Lich King was the last good PvE expansion, and Cataclysm was the last good PvP expansion. Sorry, I'm hitting the mic. Those are the last few good expansions for me on each of the brackets. I kind of enjoyed Wrath of the Lich King PvP, kinda. Not really so much. I really like Cataclysm PvP. And then Burning Crusade would be the other favorite. Oh man, I love it. A lot of people didn't like Resilience and stuff like that. I don't know. I loved it. I was a Resto Shaman though, so I guess there's some bias. might be some bias there. It was just a good time for Resto Shamans, in my opinion. But the Burning Crusade now that they have isn't the same Burning Crusade as back in the day. That's for sure. I can honestly say it's nowhere near the same game. It's significant. That was like, I didn't play it. All I had to do was watch it and see. Like, I didn't play the original classic because of that reason. I was like, well, if they make it like the old days, 4 months for level 1, you're gonna be wiping about 3,000 times in BW or on Cro-Magnus and BWL. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. 5,000 wipes on Seathon type deal. Like, oh yeah. Yeah, months of progression. Months of working. Oh. Oh man. Those were days. But no, they didn't do that. I was like, okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, I get it. Not many people are gonna like that. I get it. I'm weird. I'm sitting in a survival for 100 hours, so, and I'm at 46.5 hours right now. So, yeah, no, I'm weird. Granted, this is broken up over the course of 6 days, 7 hours now. Pretty much 8 hours at this rate. I'm just 22 minutes off. So, yeah. I've been wanting this world record for a long time. About 5 years. Figured what a better way to come back to content creation. My main goal that I've been wanting so bad. The game's in the most stable spot it'll be in for the entire year. I know it's the end of the year and it's like, well, obviously dipshit. But it's like, you know, they announced that they won't be putting out any more hotfixes until the next big update that happens, which is going to be sometime after the 7th. So, here, we get this done. Yeah, they switched pretty much the whole classic and all that now are all based around raiding. They're not based around the experience of leveling and stuff, like just the experience of essentially what was an RP MMO. You know, like the very first WoW, Burning Crusade to Wrath of the Lich King, it felt more like a story than it did a video game about gear. But it vastly switched over now. Like World of Warcraft as a whole is just about the raiding. It's about the end game. Nothing else matters. It's all about the end game now. So if you're not one of those people that just want to focus on end game stuff, you like doing other various things, it's a little bit harder for those people to have like a true enjoyment. What you have to be into, like, at that point is extremely heavily into lore. Like, I mean extremely heavily into lore. You know, it's either that or you want to be into collecting things or something like that, but nothing revolves around leveling anymore. Leveling is just an afterthought type deal. It's something you have to do in the beginning to be able to do everything else in the game. That's how the game works now. I'm not going to say that's a bad thing, especially with as many systems as you have in the game, in retail, but in Classic, I don't know. I think at the rate at which they open everything, I would say, okay, this makes sense. But I'm an old Classic player, and I kind of enjoyed that strenuous, like, grind, but it's not gaming nowadays in general, so. It's not like Blizzard's doing some type of weird business, like weird practice with their game. They're just following with what's going to make them money. Because they are, after all, a publicly traded company. So they have a legal obligation to not focus on what would, you know, fit towards a certain like a smaller demographic of people. They're forced to, by legal binding, to always, you know, look at what's going to serve to the masses. The same with this game too, you know. This game's like, what is it, Lilu or something like that? That's the parent company that actually owns Digital Extremes. You know, they're actually part of a publicly traded company, so their obligation is to lean towards what more people want than what, you know, at the end of the day, the niche few players, even if it was their core at the end of the day of players. Which I get. You know, at the end of the day, this is a business. It's not just making games for fun. This is all about business. There's way too much money at stake. Especially when you look at a game like World of Warcraft. There's a lot of money goes into that. Hundreds of millions of dollars goes into the making of that game. Or it's like 3-year cycle. 2-year cycle, whatever it may be. Like hundreds of millions of dollars. And they're grossing in, you know, billions of dollars on a release. In just sales of the game, not even including monthly, like, payments and all that. So, you gotta do what you gotta do at that point. I get that much. I think as long as those systems are somewhat left intact of the older times, as a game evolves, it's okay. And they are somewhat still intact. You know, in the current World of Warcraft. Yes, there isn't the grind of, like, I gotta get this one tune max level. Sounds good, Dreamer. There isn't the grind to get the one tune to max level. But what there is the grind to get all tunes to max level. You know, that's that grind there. If your grind was mainly leveling and getting to experience that, that's where your grind then takes place, is getting every character to max level. Oh. There's a lot of classes. I think there's 12 classes. Something like that. That was a lot. That was a lot of classes. That's one thing I like about with this game too. The grind to level is taking place in MR. I think it's actually really well done. It's like it's fast, but it's slow at the same time. Because like you can easily get like MR20 or LR1 pretty quickly, but then like from there is when it really starts to slow down and become painful. Unless you're making enough plat by that time. Which I don't want to say you should be making that, because it really all depends. It really all depends. Yes, you're gonna have everything in the game, but at the same time, it doesn't mean you're actually ready to do it. Especially mods and stuff like that, you probably neglected mods like no other in order to get MR fast. Under 200 minutes to 50% done. Under 200 minutes. Oh, that's exciting. You know, what's nice about the 100 hours at the end of it all is every hour is 1%, so it makes it really easy. You definitely keep track and keep yourself going. This is where the challenge comes in. It's not so much the challenge of figuring out how to kill things. Mag's from a different era in the game, so she has an entire different strength multiplier because of the difference in how enemy health and armor scales nowadays to how back when she was actually originally introduced. So she has a much higher power scale compared to a lot of frames. Same with a lot of the frames that were released at that time that had damage potential. Yeah, they're frames of an older day, essentially. And it's far different. Also, their kit synergy and all that just works differently than a lot of frames nowadays. A lot of frames nowadays can still go to level cap easy and all that, don't get me wrong. It's just they're designed for a very active play style to go there while using their kit effectively. These frames were made in the days of people kind of just sitting around AFK. There was a few frames that not fit that exception, of course. That's because every game needs a little bit of variety. Yeah. Which makes sense. That's what makes it a good game. You have some variety. You're not just forced into one box at the end of it all. I would like to see it. Or kind of AFK free health frames. I would say Degoth was actually fairly close to it. Especially with her, like, him. I think her. I don't know. It's pixels. It's pixels at the end of the day. But with that frame, you definitely could get away with it. Though it took a lot more button spamming at the end of the day, I felt. I could be wrong. And mainly what I mean by that is because you want to keep the slow up as much as possible. That was something else I had a bit of a problem with, but that more suited a pictures. Can I get you down here? Can I get you down here? Can you get down here? You're gonna make me... No, you're actually not coming down. Okay. Should get back. I kind of got distracted with it there. I completely lost train of thought. It doesn't matter. This is just random, like ramblings. Oh, that's right. I was talking about the difference between the frames and everything. Yeah, the active play styles, they do work and everything. It's just that, I mean, with the goth, it was like active, but it wasn't because the slow. Slow was the thing that kind of did that for me there. It kind of took away, and it took also the need of keeping the 2 up and you know, armor stripping with the 4 and yeah. Just having to hit too many buttons too frequently. I like one button. Like, can we go? No. Let's just go. There was a big amount of enemies there, and I knew there was an Eximus would overguard up, so I really didn't want to get close to that. Did not want to get close. I couldn't see if there's an electric either. It's the only thing that really scares me. Because even with an ancient, for some reason, I still get affected by it. It still does a lot of damage to me. Also with the Eximus rework, they did a really effective job at this fly back here. They did an effective job with making the AoE effects and such that they do. Their special abilities, if you will. Making them really deadly. Really, really deadly. I do hate the Toxin Aura. I think there needs to be some way to really counter that at higher levels, or that needs to be revisited and capped out earlier on its damage. Because the fact that it ignores shield, you actually don't get a chance sometimes. It's just literal like that. They come around the corner, you didn't see them around the corner, and all of a sudden, bam, right on there. I've died with Necros a lot in arbitrations as I've been trying to learn how to get the level cap with him in Arby's. That's a daunting task, I'm gonna be honest. It's been hard. I've gotten to like 5,000, but nothing further really. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. Survival. Arby, by the way. Survival. That is a rough one. I'm determined though, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out in time. I'll release the build to y'all to you can enjoy the wonders of Necros. The best frame in the game. Why is it the best frame in the game? Because it improves the worst thing in the game. Loot. Loot is the worst thing in the game. It's like the effort, like not so much the effort, just our reward is so trashy compared to everything. It's just the amount of grinding that needs to be done for things, and Necros helps scale a lot of that loot in the sense of making it drop more often. And if you use the right weapons, you can get a lot of extra multipliers of loot with him. Yeah, he benefits from dismemberment, so if you have slash-based weapons, you can actually like shoot arms and stuff like that off. Those will help like proc extra loot procs. You can get up to like either 7 enemies at a time dying, or 7 like dismemberment type deal. It's just 7 total procs, and then he's capped out in a single like moment type deal. That's why sometimes when you kill things with Necros, you'll have an additional loot pop out a little bit later. At least that's what I think it is. There's really no guarantee in most things in this game. The wiki. No, the wiki's wrong about a lot of things too. It's not their fault. It's not like they're giving misinformation. It's just because this game is not clear. DE does bad job at explaining. They're just kind of forced to like go off of what their testing may be, and testing really is subjective at the end of the day with this game. So it's not really a universal thing, sadly enough. There are some things that comes out universal too, but there's a lot in this game that doesn't. It's okay though. It's okay. It's a free-to-play game, right? They just gross a lot of money. But it's free-to-play. Mm-hmm. We just have hopes one day that they'll hire somebody that's like, oh, I can make these make sense in the little bit of text bracket that you're allowing. Because I think that's one of the biggest problems for them. is they don't have enough text room to actually explain everything correctly. That's what I think. It has its benefits, and it has its negatives. Free-to-play means typically they're going to be getting their money in some other facet, and it depends on how they're getting their money then. So, and it really, at the end of the day too, it depends on your end goal. Like what are you in the game to enjoy? You know, what gives you the happiness that you feel in the game? Sometimes for a lot of players, I should say, it's connected to something that they'll end up monetizing in some facet. Like Platinum, like this game, even though you can trade the premium currency, it's not actually free. Because somebody else somewhere down the line paid for it. It's just, there isn't much to spend on this, like in the actual store for a lot of people once you get to a certain point in the game. So, the store that actually consumes the premium currency and doesn't put it back into tradable has a pretty high limit, or like a low limit to it when it comes to like large spending. Outside of that, it just becomes a lot of little spending once you're pretty late into the game. You can trade the premium currency, which is nice. It can be free for you, but it wasn't free for somebody else. That's essentially the best way to put it. So, it's free to play off the backs of others. Which, to be honest, is kind of the motto of this game. Warframe's built off of this community, so it has the perfect currency system and trading system to match for something like that. At least I think it does. I don't know. There's a reason why I play this game over any other game out there. It's not because it's popular. It ain't that popular. It has good numbers, don't get me wrong, but it ain't that popular to look at it like that. They're trying their best, though, I will say. They're putting forth good effort to try and retain players. But yeah, I think it just fits to the game really, really well. I think this is like one of the best games out right now at the end of the day. Now, whether that says something bad about the industry, or whether that says that this is just actually a really good game, that's in the eyes of the whole. For me, it's a blend of both, I will be honest. This game has phenomenal points to it. It has terrible points to it. But I feel like in the terrible shit market that we have right now for video games, this is gotta be, this in my opinion is one of the top options. I might be weird to say that. It's just my opinion. I've had a lot of problems with the company. A lot. So I still feel like that though, through all the years of playing. Because it's not like I'm never not gonna have problems with the company. There's always gonna be some change or something they make that I don't agree with, or some policy that I don't agree with, or something like that, or business practice. That's why you can't let those morals get in the way of just enjoying it at the end of the day. You know, like, it's too hard to get away from things that break your morals. If you want to do that, you're not going to have anything. You know, if you're going to start down that road where it's like, oh, well, I'm not going to play because of this. I was under that mindset at one time, but then I stepped back really and thought about it. I was like, well, if I'm willing to stand to that point there, why wouldn't I do that everywhere else? And I was like, no. That would create a dilemma in my life there. I don't even know what I would be living. I'd be living in a wood hut somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Everywhere you look at the end of the day, there should probably, like, I would say there's something wrong with you if you don't have a moral problem with how anything that you have in your life got there in today's world. There's just a lot of bad that happens everywhere. There's a lot of good that still happens, but there's a lot of bad that runs over. You kind of gotta really decide on what your battles are that you're gonna pick and how worth it is it to actually pick those battles. You definitely can't just fight every battle on the day. You ain't gonna do it. You're gonna fight them all at like 5% and you're not gonna do anything for anything. All you're gonna be doing is leaving yourself frustrated and pissed off. You select your fights and you fight them with everything you got. With the tin, you can't even have tin. That comes, that's aluminum. That's, I mean, like, that's a metal. Somebody's not making enough money there to live, and they're working under shitty conditions for you to get that tin. You can't even have it. Unless you went out yourself and figured out how to get it. And then you would have to craft all the tools needed in order to do that, too. Because you couldn't use anything anywhere. Like, there's oppression everywhere. Some type of degree. The fact that, you know, 1% of the world holds 99% of the wealth kind of screams to that. There's always going to be oppression. Got everything. I don't care what the hell the label says. Fair trade, yeah, okay. Okay, I believe it. Somewhere always in the fair trade, it ain't too fair. There's a loophole. Depending on what that loophole is, did I put that on him? Depending on, you know, the ease of access to that loophole will just depend on how often it's abused. Because unfortunately you can't think of everything nor keep on top of everything. It's impossible for anybody to do. There's no workforce that's big enough to do that in the world. There's always going to be things that slip through the cracks. Plus, we don't want that type of control anyways to happen over our world. That in its alone would become a different type of oppression. Wouldn't be able to breathe without it being documented. It's a give and take. Give and take with this beautiful world we live in. I can say I'm blessed. I'm blessed at the end of the day. It's life. Everybody at some point in time in history had something to be happy and blessed about. Sometimes it's just a little harder to find it than others. That's all. It's okay. It's okay. You just search. You just search. I did it again with the whole bubble thing. Oh. It's like a shot at me. I mean, everything has 100% accuracy right now, so if they're gonna shoot and I don't dodge, they're gonna hit me. Because accuracy does scale. Scale with level. If I recall correctly, it used to at least. They could have changed that and not said anything. They've done that before. Really nice. I wouldn't complain. It definitely does seem like accuracy goes up with level. Could be wrong. Could just be based on faction. It's always something. A lot in this game is based off of faction, so. I think that's a good way to make differences apparent, though. It's not too much to remember at the end of the day there. Factions are the uniqueness. You know? There's only a few situations where it becomes like planetary different, you know, like open world demos to like normal demos or mission based difference. There's very rare situations where they do that. Maybe I hope you had a good nap. Everything seems to be working. It's good. My temperatures are looking decent. We've gone up a little. Like not really much. And my old idle used to be, or my old runnings used to be 90 to 110, and now it's 100 to 117-ish. Not too bad. As long as we're not hitting 150 degrees again. You know, that'll be good. That'll be good. I might be able to turn the fan on higher just to blow that heat out a little bit more. Hours of a desktop fan. Just blowing that air out. I don't like blowing it into the case. Only because I've noticed that depending on how your case is, it can actually cause the fans to blow backwards, or to kind of have resistance and blow backwards, which destroys the lifespan of the ones. Yeah, 150 was getting spicy. This thing was having a heart attack and everything. And then I found out the other software I was using, not software, but plugin for the streaming software I use was just not working well at transferring the signal of the computer. So I had to grab out my capture card and figure that whole thing out again. I didn't want to have to use it. I liked instead sending it over, like, because what it would do is use your actual internet connection to send the signal over to the other one. That was really nice, like a nice concept, but it just didn't work well. I don't know if you have to hardline or something like that, but I'm not about to hardline our modems. Not in a position to hardline it with this stuff too, so I'm not going to be doing that. Because I don't need to worry about, like, I have so much upload that I can take the degradation. I have 25 upload on a Wi-Fi signal, so there ain't no stress there. 25 up, 300 down. No problems. I stream at 7 megs upload, so it's not even using a third of my connection. Like a third. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The cooling was just not good enough anymore for where the requirements of Windows are. It's essentially the biggest problem that I've had. Is OBS itself hasn't actually changed whatsoever in the way of performance. It's Windows that has changed. Windows is hitting this thing hard. So, like, I'm still running off of Windows 10 on this thing. I'll be running off of it until they decide to stop supporting it here in the next few years. It was 2025 was the end date for it. By that time, that's when I actually have to, with no choice but to upgrade at least the CPU and the motherboard. I'm just gonna hope by that time it'll be reasonable to do so, and I won't have to worry about it because I'll be making money off of doing this. Hence, we paid for it the last time. It was the money that I had made from streaming. Granted, it won't be streaming predominantly this time, because I accept the fact that I'm not the greatest streamer at the end of the day. And, well, because I got my Twitch account banned for wanting to lead a protest. I'm here on one of the worst streaming platforms. You know, YouTube's good; it can get traction, but if you were talking Warframe, this is Facebook level bad. Facebook might be better than this Warframe. Because I make build videos, it's alright. I can stream it for the people that want to see it, and they can come by, ask questions, say hi, whatever they want to do. You know, my runs are long runs, so there's no issues there. Most people can catch me during all time frames at that rate. It's like whatever. I just gotta tell myself it's not the focus. This is just, instead of recording it or taking clips, this is what you're doing. Pretty much becomes that. That's what I have to tell myself. Constantly. Yeah, it should be fine. I've been enjoying my new video editor, so I'm happy about that. I'm not using the older one I was using that was free, and it was terrible to use, and it made me hate editing a lot because it was a free one and it was the worst thing in the world. And I'm using Adobe Premiere now. I know you could pirate it, but at the end of the day, I actually I like the software, and because of that, I'll support the company. You know, that's the reality of it. I don't really agree with their new model. But at the same time, their new model also made it become affordable. I definitely don't have the money just to fork up for, like, another, like, an actual one and everything like that. I'm one of those people. I like to support companies. If I like your product, you do a good job. You don't screw me over too much. You know? So as long as we don't go outside of the lines of me not understanding anymore. I do wish you could just buy a full version of Adobe Premiere still. I don't understand why you can't do that. There's only this subscription model. I am probably going to look into like Sony Vegas and such. I don't know if they have a payment plan and all that. I do know it's a good video editor. I'm willing to sit there and learn it and everything. Not too much of an issue there. I'm used to that type of stuff. For me, it just becomes a nice little new challenge type deal. You get to learn how to do something else new. Is it frustrating at first? Oh, extremely. Extremely frustrating. You have no idea what the hell you're doing sometimes. Like, you just want to do this thing that was basic over in this place here, but the new one, no, it's not as easy. Yeah. That's why I said in the beginning, like, screw me over too much. Yeah, it's dumb. I think that's dumb though. I think at the end of the day, like, you should be allowed to buy the final version. What a lot of people were doing was they were buying a version of Adobe and then they would just keep that forever, like 10, 15 years type deal, like, until it became like out of date type deal. Like, it was not even so much as in not supported, but more as in the newer versions had things they were definitely looking for, so it was worth upgrading to. Yeah, that's what people were doing before. I think this also makes pirating a little bit harder, but don't quote me on that. I don't think so. I don't think it makes pirating any harder. You're not gonna get past that, all that type of software. They'll find a way. Like Microsoft Word, yeah, Microsoft Word, you used to be able to just buy, they came out with it every year and you would just buy that version and you could hold on to it as long as you want. Over 4 stream. Okay. Oh, the computer's holding up really good. Oh, actually, I see a 98 on the temperature for the CPU. Oh my. I saw something under 100. Then it spiked up to 107. Doesn't matter. The mint is, what's good to see that is right over that one little set of sensors that that is reading off of. Somewhere in there. It was in the high 90s. Somewhere in that. Everything else doing really good though. GPU is 87 degrees. That's beautiful. Just CPU is getting a little hard. I have it running off the GPU too, so. $1050 Ti is still doing its thing. Still doing its thing. I might freeze here. Task manager. Let's see here. Let's load up task manager here for a second. Let me see. I am only using 32% of my GPU. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 1050 Ti is still strong, so it's just the motherboard and the CPU would have to be, and the RAM. And the RAM too, the RAM DDR3. Correct that, I'd have to get new RAM too, because there isn't a motherboard for a decent, like, boost processor, which really aren't expensive, you just get any budget processor you really want. I prefer AMD, not because they're cheaper, but because they have more cores. And when it comes to things that are like this, it generally works better. With having a lot more cores. This way you can have your one process just on that single core without having to go into your settings and deal with it. It's kind of automatically done. The lazier way of doing it is what I'm getting. It's not a torture chamber. Working out's good for you. Embrace the pain. Embrace it. You haven't left crying at least once and thrown up afterwards at least once. You ain't working hard enough. Look at that much right there. Get it. Oh yeah, trust me, I get it. I get it. I do squats with a collapsed knee. Trust me, I get it. Oh, I get it. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm just happy I can get myself to a 90-degree again. That's all. It took like a year. A bit over that. I don't even know how many squats. I can't even count how many. Oh, that was a painful whole thing. I had to work up those muscles to be strong enough to hold the fact that the knee don't hold. I use my muscles to stabilize myself now. It works though. It does work. I still use a cane though, I will say. Long distances, there ain't no way. Ain't no way. Using a cane. Oh. The best way to start with that is sitting down in a chair and getting up. And just do it in the best posture possible. You got to wear a back brace even for the beginning of it. Well, you get the rest of the muscles stronger, then you can remove the back brace to let the lower back muscles work to get stronger. So there can be that compensation between the two, you just reverse it. That was one of the biggest things that I did for me, was I wore a back brace for probably the first 7 months of doing squats. It kept my posture good, it taught me how to be able to bend and not bend, but how to actually position myself and everything so I wasn't bending my back before I even added weight. And then you just you find a chair that works for you to do that with. Sometimes you're gonna have to maybe put risers on the chair or find a taller chair or something, and you just start as tall as you need to and you can just work down the size of the chair. That's why risers work really well. Because getting up and down is nothing more really than doing squats. If you get up and down in the right posture, you're doing a squat. You're just not doing a full depth squat, like full ass to grass type deal, but you are doing the bare minimum, which is what should be the bare minimum, which is like a 90-degree squat. Yeah, back braces help a lot. They help a lot. I use back braces for my back brace for the first couple of years until I got comfortable with the weight that I was at, and then I'll usually remove it, and then once I start to go to heavier weights again, I'll start like weights that are heavier for me and stuff like that, or like first time going at them, I'll sometimes wear a back brace if I feel a little unsteady with it. I haven't felt the need to do that yet, thankfully. Except for when I actually got my adjustable dumbbells on, like in. That was about the only other time. Just because they were really, they're pretty heavy. And you have to lift them awkwardly because it's only like a one-hand grip on them, obviously. So I just wanted to play it safe on that and wear a back brace. While lifting up, 66 pounds. Yeah, I'll just play it safe. I have a bad knee. This is probably not advised for somebody with a collapsed knee, but you know what? We're doing it. We're doing it. And I did it fine. It was definitely my 1 rep max at that time, which was like almost a year ago now that I got those. When did I get those adjustable dumbbells? Spring? So it's been like 8 months. It's type deal. Or was it later than that? I don't remember. I'd have to check. Before I did a little bit of a blow up that I did it, which was nice. Finally seeing real results. that's the nice part. I expected it to take a long time though. I expected it to take a long time. And the only thing I'm taking is creatine. And that's just so I have more hydrated muscles, and predominantly I take it for the mental the mental benefits. Side effects sounds like a bad thing, but yeah, no. Mental benefits from it. Creatine definitely has helped a good amount with that end. Do 4 grams a day. I think my muscles more hydrated though has helped a lot with lifting in general, I personally think. Having better water retention in your muscles is an important thing. At the end of the day, a hydrated muscle is a healthy muscle. So. Your muscles happy today, Baker? No. I'm surviving off of what I used to survive off of when I did 300 hours a month. That's called air. You want to know why? Because that's what drove me to get 300 hours a month done, was surviving off of predominantly air. Have a nice little 1,000 calorie meal at the end of the day. I was streaming 300 hours a month trying to make this a living. Being stupid and stubborn and not just making build videos and then streaming on the side. Here we are. We're gonna learn this time. We're gonna improve. But we have the old motivational tools we used in the past. It's important to remember those things that keep you going. It's always important. You gonna eat at the end of the day? You may ask. You may ask me that. Yes, I will. Yeah. I will absolutely gorge on food at the end of it. The air diet is phenomenal. Let me tell you. You will lose weight. Trust. It won't be healthy at all, but you will lose all the weight. Oh no. Just one little meal, 1,000 calories. It's at the very end of your day, every day. Make your body have to survive off of whatever the hell is on it. It'll eventually eat through everything. It'll make you work though, being that hungry, trust me. You learn to not even be hungry anymore. You don't even know what that is. You're just like, I could eat, but no, I'm not hungry. I'm good. I could. Body just adjusts to that. That becomes life. Luckily, I can always just, you know, pull it out of my pocket type deal. Let that drive. Yeah. It's playing, more or less what it does is it plays with the old caveman instincts that we used to have. You know? Like, you gotta, like, that hunting for food type deal and all that type of instinct. That's what it stimulates. And there's actually been a lot of research to show that a lot of the first world, they suffer from a lack of ghrelin hormonal response. which is actually a very important thing, especially for developing intelligence. Ghrelin is extremely important to that. Ghrelin is more or less your stomach growling. It's actually good for you. It forces you, makes your brain start thinking, because it starts being like, you can make it associate itself with anything you do that is, okay, I get this done, you know, I'm one step closer to eating. And you use that as a tool to actually make you more intelligent, because it forces, like I said, it forces you to think. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't be where we are as a species. We would have never survived as a species and evolved and made the things that we've made. It's using stuff like that. Anytime you hear anyone's invented something, what did they do? They neglected life as a whole by the time they finished inventing it. It's all the same thing. It's all the same. There's responsible ways to use it, and there's irresponsible ways to use it, just as with any tool in this world. So, use it responsibly to what your body is, and it's okay to use. If you use it irresponsibly to what your body is, then you're gonna be up shit's creek. It ain't gonna help you. It's gonna be a net, like, negative. But that's the whole thing. We all have our different tolerances to it based on where we're currently at in life and the experiences that have been had. Meaning, like, anything in general. When it comes to utilizing the tools that we have in our actual body that we don't choose to use because we have the luxury of the lives that we live right now. That hormonal response and everything is deeply connected to intelligence. I say connected, I should say hypothesize to be connected. I don't think we have that true level of research done because of technology and human rights, of course. Yeah. And the cost that it would actually cost to humanely do something like that type deal. I don't know. There might be something out there that I haven't seen, but I haven't seen anything. But I wouldn't put it past me that there was something out there. It's, you know, crazy stuff that is good. Crazy stuff. I am staying hydrated though. It isn't important, but hydration helps in mental clarity at the end of the day. Some people, they can, you know, even with hunger, they can get distracted from it, but that's at the point to what it becomes a distract. There's also building the discipline to be able to ignore that, which for some, you know, I don't know if I'd recommend that for most. Unless you're in an extreme situation where you need to cut back on your calories because you're eating such a huge excess that you need to put in a bit of discipline to not eat as much and actually ignore that response. That comes down to knowing exactly how many calories you're eating a day and stuff like that. There's, like, of course, niche situations to which you can, I would say, you know, learning that becomes valuable, but it's very niche situations. Your standard average everyday person does not need to worry about that type of stuff. You'll probably get hungry on your own enough to make you a smart person. That's the reality of that. If you're living a functional enough life, you're gonna have times in the day where you're going to not be able to access the food you need to access, and it's going to naturally happen. So it doesn't ever needs to be forced. That's what the normal person is at the end of the day. They're living a fully productive and, you know, outside of the realm of always being near food. That's more or less how it produced for us. It's not like they, you know, in the old days they would forcefully, you know, like cavemen and shit would forcefully starve themselves. They just naturally, over the course of time, and not have as much food and everything during a particular day or season or something. And then slowly over the course of time, that developed into more and more. The same thing with even athletes and all that type of stuff, or anybody that's really just trying in life. You're eventually going to have moments where you're not going to be capable of eating, and you're going to be there hungry for whatever amount of time it is. I think with the fact that we have so much on-the-go food nowadays, that's probably changing for a lot of people, because they can always have food on hand, which I think then becomes the problem. Essentially, snacking becomes the problem there. Most of the time, snacking is a lot of processed items, which are absolutely terrible for you to begin with. They have them in small moderation. They're not. Oh. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna leave this next to you while that slash goes away. Oh, radiation. Okay. Oh, well, that's a conundrum right there. Look at that. This guy here, we have him in front of us. All right. Now we'll try to get these guys back over here. Come on, somebody. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Everybody good? Everybody dead? Okay. Let me try and get him back over, maybe here. Let me loot real quick before this despawns. Okay, we have that there. I like that. If we can get him over here. Come on, big boy. Come on. Here. Come on. Please, you usually work for me when I do stuff like that. Why didn't you just randomly work for me? What if I go up here? Is that gonna get you? Way up here. Okay. Let me pop this back out. Okay, you wanna go there? You wanna go there? Okay, we'll put you there. Just stay there now. When you get radiation on you, because my weapon has it, it'll make some specters randomly. You have to put them on the opposite of what you want them to actually do. That's why you see with him, there was a hold position there. That's his stay now. Even though clicking it again would actually make the follow now becomes stay. Enjoy. Eating healthy is not so much a budgetary problem. If you choose to eat healthy on a budget, you just have to pre-make all your food more. To be honest. I mean, there is like the no antibiotic stuff like that and everything. I guess if you mean like fully clean, but I don't know, like organic isn't organic, so they're still allowed 5%. That's something to remember. They're allowed 5%, so that label does not matter whatsoever. Everything you try to get away from, for the most part, is already in stuff that's not organic, that are inorganic. It's all really the same. There's just very micro differences, but they're legally allowed 5% impurities type deal. Yeah, and the sad reality of it. That's why I say it's still like Goya beans and stuff like that, and just all that type of stuff. It's just you have to buy a lot of stuff not pre-made. I eat rice, beans, and a quinoa is just my main base with some type of veggie. Let's add some seasoning on there, a dressing. That's pretty much it. A little bit of a crunch. Yeah. Like if you want to buy quote-unquote organic and all that type of stuff, oh yeah, that's stupid expensive. And 2 to 3 times the amount. But once you learn that that's just a it doesn't matter at the end of the day, really. Like, there's at a certain point which it does matter, but it depends on what you're buying. If you're buying things that are already whole foods, it don't really matter too much. If you're buying processed stuff, okay, there you actually have a fight. Like processed items, yeah, it's definitely better to go organic processed than non-organic processed. But I think outside of that, it doesn't make a damn bit of a difference. Unless you have some type of intolerance. Like I used to have a tolerance to GMO-based wheat for many years. I don't know quite what stopped it, to be honest, but I had a huge intolerance to it. And that was just more or less because of the genetic makeup of it. No, but that becomes a very specific thing. Not your average person is going to have that issue. Because like most GMOs that they have, they're generally done to either increase like the amount that's, you know, harvested or make it resistant to some type of disease. Doesn't usually cause problems within people too much. That becomes, like I said, very individual, which can happen. The human body is a weird thing at the end of the day. So, there's intolerances to everything for what could just feel like no reason whatsoever. Get over here. Like, I used to love cheese, and now I have a dairy intolerance. He's dead. But yeah, no, I have a dairy intolerance now. I have to take lactate pills if I have too much dairy. I never had that issue as a kid. So, human body just weird like that. It should be specific. I have to take the chewable lactates. I can't take the whole pills. Those don't work for me for some reason. I don't know why. Same dose. It's just how it's released. Does not work for my body. To be fair, they are whole capsules. They aren't like capsules filled with powder. But that may be the difference. It might be different, like bioavailability based wise, because of the coating or something like that. Well, really knows. Yeah, that's just what I mean by the body's just weird as hell even. And be sure if y'all have not give the stream a thumbs up, share it out to anybody, let them know this crazy motherfucker over here halfway done with his 100 hours, gonna be streaming for some days, so pop in whenever. Let them know. And be sure if you have not to hit the little subscribe button. Also subscribe to my builds channel as well in the description below. And if you enjoy things like motivational / workout content, definitely be sure to check out my channel in the description below. It is all short form based right now, just because it's a bit easier for me to do that while I'm working on my current series, more or less, after I finish this run. But because of Warframe things, it's just easier for me to do short form. Yeah, definitely be sure to check that out if you enjoy the motivational / workout stuff. And you can also check out my girlfriend's YouTube channel down in the description below as well. I believe that might be her beating one, but she also does have a cooking and nail as well. Slowly getting herself onto a schedule to figure out all of it, but definitely just stay tuned. Looks like we are a good bit over 46 hours. I think we're approaching on the 50 here. The 50 will be 300, I know that much. Or 3,000, sorry. No, stop doing the thing where the rounds come at me and stuff and the vault doesn't put up his shield and pain in my ass. Because DE changed it. So now there's absolutely terrifying points in vault shields as they scale. Only as they scale. It seems like the lower level ones or like the base ones that you throw out in the beginning, they'll always keep their shield up. But as they get higher in level, they cast their shield less and less. Okay, just prove me wrong. Shut your mouth, Vault. Everybody saw the gap that happened there. Alright? Everybody saw it. D just coded laziness into you. I know. I know. Lazy. That's why I can carry 200 of you. Oh, yeah, you gotta put on the big boy muscles, huh? Alright, that's straight. Keep it up. Let's say, big boy. You gonna keep up that shield? Look at you. Look at you putting the hustle in. I'm so proud of you. I am proud of you. Agree. We're gonna agree with you. Give me a moment here, and I will finish my agree. Yeah, alright, let's go back to business.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly grows. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way
lyrical duplicity. Every great commodity's been sold. Slave to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Your secret science conquers nature's cruel laws, but inside your wires lie a million portal flows. Electric sleep, I dream inside my honeycomb. I stay alive inside my hyperspinning chrome. Broken body built anew, spirit linkers torn in two. Metal fingers grip my heart so cold. Fossil fuels to slavery, political duplicity. Every great commodity's been sold. Slave to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Broken body bent anew, spirit lingers torn in two. Metal fingers grip my heart so cold. Slave to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slave to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slip to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within. Slip to the new black gold. There's a heartbeat under my skin. Search my electric soul for the hidden man within.
We are gonna take a little bit of a break here. Need to get up and stretch my legs. Then I'm gonna get some more meds in me and all that. Good run so far. Good run so far. Almost 700 acolytes, and let me turn up my DPI. There. I have two different DPIs. This is my just kind of moving around DPI, and then when I want to aim, I have to drop it down more. This is 32, and then I drop it down to 16 for aiming. I used to run a lot higher for aiming, but my carpal tunnels made me have to drop my DPI. Doing good. Doing good. 100k endo. That's a beautiful. How many mods? 23,190 mods. Not bad. Not bad at all. Of course, that capped down. We only got 15. The relics are all the same from... What you see here will always be the same. Same with the Aya. After 256 rewards, you actually don't get any more rotational rewards, so I stopped collecting relics at that point. Which is unfortunate. I mean, I kind of, you know, get it through Steel Essence, but that's more of a backstock. And I already have an absurd amount. An absolutely absurd amount. So... From all my failures, I'm at like 7,700 right now. Yep. We're gonna go ahead and be right back. Sure, as always, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't. Subscribe to this channel for streams of the long runs that I do, and subscribe to my Baker Science channel for the build videos of those runs. And yeah, I'll see y'all when I come back. Gonna thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around and do stay around. See y'all when I get back. Alright, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. I am going to try streaming on both Twitch and here at the same time. So, if anyone knows anything about my past, you can look into the videos here. A little bit of a risky move here, but you know what? Let's take the risk, see what happens, you know? It's like I've said in my comments before, I'm doing this to try and replace disability. I don't need my Twitch account at the end of the day. If it gets fanned, it gets fanned, but I don't foresee it because Twitch has already received 4 to 6 emails from me about my other account. And they still haven't banned that account, like the account that I talk on all the time. They received it from that Twitch account. So it's like they don't, it's not like they don't know about it. Like I've given it years and years now. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a risk. Try it out, see what happens. You know, this is how it is, how it is. We'll figure it out one day at a time. Yeah. Be streaming over on Twitch is the Baker Science. And if you want to join me over there, feel free. If you want to join me over here, feel free. At the end of the day, that's how it is, it's how it is. But as always, I do hope you all take care. Stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always,